Give me a second, guys. I'm just getting everything turned on. Be right back. What's up, guys? Let me get Discord started up. How's your sex life, Gilgamesh? Nice. How'd you blow your port up? It's a little better today, Dork. It's I'm still really slow to be like it's hard to move, but um yeah, like there's less pressure when I'm just not doing anything. Yeah, it's not getting worse. I didn't over leverage Nvidia. Do I have it? I opened a butterfly on it. Which I told you guys. This. Yeah, I'll try to do the roundtable tonight. If I'm not feeling up to it, I'll let everyone know, but that's the plan. Mm-hmm. The Bulls break 6,500 today. Tough. I'm surprised they got the bounce after losing 70, honestly. There wasn't a lot of support there. I thought we would have slipped lower to 60. Once we got kind of close, like 66. Still feels awfully high. There's a little bit of resistance at 80, then 90 above that. Big stacks of bot calls at 50, 65.05, 10. And then looks like Condor legs down at 64.35, 25. So maybe another big Condor day. Crush out the event vol. Hmm. Interesting. Usually given gave okay to relocate to Melbourne, Florida, Jan 1st. When visit? Excuse you? Have fun living in a swamp with the racists. What are you thinking? Why are you excited about living in fucking Florida? Not only that, central eastern Florida? What's going on, Rims? We need to talk. You doing okay, man? Get a houseboat, park it in your driveway. I'll DM you. Are you getting back at them for their sundown laws? He's only going 55 plus, so you're never tempted again. Calm down, Grim 2. It's just Thursday. CoreWeave seems to be doing pretty well. Did they issue more debt? Ooh, nice. Yeah, they bounced hard on the video earnings. Another day, another all-time high. There's quite a lot of bot puts at spot here. We may not move up much more. Let's see. I imagine bulls are gonna try to gun for like 80 and pull the support at 75 under them. Rejection off of 75 would probably be pretty bad. ATMs. Is my 9-2 QQQ straddle totally fucked? It's down 33%. It's probably a little fucked because nothing happened. But things could move. Gamma got more bearish between yesterday and today, so that's somewhat interesting. Gamma neutral is getting real close to spot. This shit is not well supported. Oh my fucking god. Why am I getting so many text messages? Hmm. That's like too good to be true, right? Can you spread out the disclaimers so you can see the bottom graph? Um, you know what? I can probably just move it. Achoo! 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 Ow! Fuck! Oh, what a bitch. Okay. Hold on, let me see. I gotta. can put it there. Uh, there we go. Yeah, I think I can put that like right there. That works. That's gonna be weird. All right. Is there a reason for the drop this morning? I mean, Nvidia sold off a bit in the overnight session, and then like some of the GDP data was a little strong, which probably means, that there's some support for the higher inflation numbers, but otherwise, I don't really think it was all that significant. I don't think labor was as bad as expected, like the weekly jobs stuff. And then pending home sales still kind of sucked, so we have a 7-year auction around 1 o'clock. Maybe we'll get some price action going in and out of that. I don't really think the bulls are trying very hard to pump here. At least they're meeting resistance if they are. Most of the sold puts are down at like 64.40 and below. Most of the puts around spot are bought. So just kind of floating along with a bunch of negative gamma. They did a little pumps, but aside from like some bot calls at 80, there's not much bullish interest. I think everyone's trying to see the put call ratio stuff. Yen looks ready to pop. Meh. Yeah, it does. A lot of profit taking in the money call positions yesterday. Are you trading today? Not much. I had a butterfly on the video, iron butterfly last night on the video. That's about it. I haven't really traded anything else. What levels are we selling? Ooh, I don't know. Right now, it looks like to the upside, we could hit like 56.10 or 50, 65.10 or 65.15. Um, and the low to the downside looks to be about like 64.35. So there's quite a lot of range possible today. Yeah, bulls are buying some calls, picking up the 85. There's still bot puts at both of these strikes. Let's wait for some of the puts to shake out. I don't know if they're gonna. We'll probably get more call selling as we approach like 64.90. There are still a bunch of bot calls out at 60, 65, 10, and 15. Done horribly this week on the day trading side. Really? Is Gex chart on yours also set to 15 minutes? Yeah. It could, but they'll steepen as we get closer to them. Which, I mean, you can see now. As the gamma picks up at those strikes, they become more resistive. Where do they stay in? I don't know. Shit, one sec. This will actually break down in any meaningful way. I'm right here. What do you mean, where am I? I think the near the money puts are netting out. Yeah, I bet. But they're still there, even if some of them have closed. Also, the 85 calls are kind of closing out as well, as are like the 90-95 calls becoming increasingly more sold. A question earlier about Gex bars. I answered that, didn't I? Say about sold puts closing on dips and contract value. A few at 70, but not much else pulling back. Maybe further out of the money. I had a phone call. Well, the bank's fair if the Fed starts a cutting cycle. Well, they're going to be forced to buy up a lot more treasuries until the Fed ends quantitative tightening. So it really depends on QT, I think, more than anything. They've got some reserves. Oh, bank's fair if the Fed starts a wash cycle. It's not a dishwasher. It's not an economic dishwasher. Eh, kind of is, I guess. What's up, man? Put staying there and calls pulling back. Seems like a fairly straightforward signal. No. These calls aren't pulling back that hard. Nothing's moving significantly. Nvidia earnings failed to wow, and then GDP was up across the board, but it's only the initial report, so still subject to revision. Hmm. Do you think Socrates and Plato were overrated? Maybe. Maybe I do. I think that I'm not sure that the that the head of the Bureau of what is it? Bureau of Economic Analysis is biased. He was appointed in like 2022, maybe. I don't think he's been switched out yet. You know what isn't overrated? Play-Doh. Yeah, but it smells weird on your hands. Play-Doh's the weirdest smell I got on my hands. It was a good day. Alright, fair enough. Oh, this is gonna be boring as shit. Does that mean we don't need to cut? I mean, it should mean that we don't need to cut. Yeah. Are you completely out of ulti? Yep. Since like last week. That would be at 65.20. We got a retest of the all-time high this morning on ES. Briefly. Maybe it was just short of the all-time high. Yeah, it was. 25. It was a one tick short. Poutine face, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Oh, it's the wrong fucking speaker. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you chatting after the stream, man. Selling rips, IV's high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down. Ride or die till the tendies come round. Or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no gain. Billionaires rise, no risk, no rain. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up. Sealed in the jar, legends are made. They're still call selling, but yeah, I mean, bulls are grinding up. Majority of sold calls to the upside are at 6,500, but there's some at like 64.95, few at 90. Bulls aren't doing anything, plus this is boring as a breakout signal. I would say maybe a rejection here. The gamma's pretty low to the downside of spot. Yeah. Yeah, not very hard for us to slide back. Mm. W's like right here. It's like underneath the implied move. I gotta figure out how to stack those, but 64, 30 something. 35. More puts being bought. I was the top signal. Hmm. Damn. That was a strong rejection. We could slip further. Obviously, 80 would be the confirm for more downside here. Yeah. If you guys could bother to like the stream. Thank you. Gherk, you need to be more assertive about the stream liking. I shouldn't need to ask. We've been doing this for years. What if you already liked the stream beforehand? Congratulations, you're part of the minority. Thanks, Jackson. What if I like the stream, but I don't like the stream? I don't dislike it? I don't know. Click both randomly and see which one you end up with. I thought I was minority. No, you are a minority. You're a black man that wears Sperry's. You're a, a super minority. Is anyone having trouble setting a stop in WeBull? I don't know if I've traded on WeBull today. Like a unicorn. You got any stock picks? I'm looking for something I can destroy my port further on. Hmm. Probably. There was one that I was looking up a while back. Ooh, and they did. Interesting. You're buying TLT? I'm looking at VGSH for cash holdings. Why are you buying TLT? You think rates at the top end of the curve are gonna come down? Huh. No, I think that's one of the worst possible bets, but interesting. I mean, they might briefly. That was a great drop. And a clear signal. I was betting on down, then up. But you're buying it. Hold up. What? So you're going long something that you think is going to go down? You need to have Nuke make Delta flip a dotted line on days we want to be on something. News? I don't think so. The EU put forward two proposals as part of the EU-US Trade Pact. The first act concerns a proposal to eliminate tariffs on U.S. industrial goods and provide preferential market access for a range of U.S. seafood and non-sensitive agricultural goods. And the second one proposes to prolong the tariff-free treatment of lobster, now including processed lobster. Huh. 4-week bill auction. NVIDIA is in talks with the US to sell Blackwell AI chips to China. US GDP quarter over quarter second estimate actually 3.3%. Forecast 3.1. Okay, that was from earlier. Hope you feel better. Yeah, I don't feel bad. I mean, parking money in TLT seems like a generally poor investment. It's not a 20-year bond. It's an ETF. And if you're just trying to stick money in something, why not just use like a money market? And TLT's dividend fucking sucks. You mentioned that gamma on the day is rather low. Is that why these moves today seem to happen all in one piece and turn around on a dime? Um, yeah, it makes support and resistance levels significantly weaker. So yeah, that is an aspect of it, yeah. Can we go to 6,500 now? No. Like, not immediately. There's bot puts at 85.80 and a shitload of bot puts at 75. And then there's some bot calls at 80 and 85. And that's basically all the positioning that isn't just sold calls or sold puts. All of which are outside of that range. There's a synthetic short at 75 that is building, but it is also still quite small. Dominion? First Energy is awfully expensive right now. Dominion's not exactly cheap. Uh, hmm. At what point will Trump simply get a button that moves SPX up or down? Hey, Carvana's almost at 380, by the way, guys. No, I don't think it's time to short it. Mm. Could you go to the 300p 30 DTE? That sounds bad. What's with you today, man? Why do you keep suggesting bad things? It's at fucking 380. Should we get an $80 out of the money put? I don't know. This sounds particularly egregious, though. That means just don't fucking buy one. It doesn't. That doesn't mean. Yeah. It doesn't mean buy a bad one. Yeah, debit spreads are an option. We have a 80 point expected MM move, and we're at 0. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty cool. This is fucking super boring. We're still kind of just stuck here. Yeah, the debit spreads aren't a bad idea. Yeah, Carvana and Root are still a thing. Although Root is kind of expanding their business a little bit. They're providing online insurance options for other car sellers as well now. How much of the AI hype is managers not admitting they were wrong? A lot of it. Root Root is Root's Carvana's money funnel for the Ponzi. There's just not a lot of supportive gamma here. Wonder if we sell off again. Maybe. I forgot the whole thesis. Just buy booties. As of this quarter, Carvana has to start making payment in kind on their debt. You're really on one today, aren't you, Greg? Been a long summer with the kids, and this is the first day without them. I'm rusty. All right, give me a second. All right, so what do you want to know about Carvana's payment in kind? Are they giving cars away? They currently sell all of their cars at a loss, partially because they overpaid for them. Um, Partially because a big chunk of that loss actually goes to subsidiary companies that they own interest in. Specifically, the owners of Carvana have interest in, or Carvana itself has interest in. Some of the payment in kind is over. They have 28, 30, and 31 secured note tranches. So the interest is paid semi-annually on Feb 15th and August 15th. So as of their last earnings, they hadn't made a payment on their tranche that is coming due. So basically, they pay a payment in kind allows them to pay interest by adding it to the loan's principal instead of using cash to pay down the interest, which allows them to conserve cash in the short term, but their principal compounds over time, so they owe more money later. I believe all of their secured notes are 12, 13, and 14% payment in kind for year one, 9 to 14% in year two, depending on the tranche, and then it's like 9% cash thereafter. So when they have to start paying down that principal, it's going to be 9% on compounded 15, basically like almost 15% interest that's accumulated on the tranches over the prior 2 years. So right now their balance sheet looks really, really good. But once they start making those cash payments, which began August 15th, or about 15 days ago, that's going to start hitting their bottom line really, really hard, and they're not going to look as cash rich on paper. So get Carvana put leaps. I mean, yeah, maybe. I've tried that before. They're expensive because, everyone expects them to go down. But there's room for them to move to the upside here a bit still. Um, if they catch this like gamma ramp up to like, well, I guess they're kind of already there at this point, up to 80. Getting pretty close to 80. That was my target to short it, was 63.80. It doesn't look like positioning's changed all that much. Um, but there is some interest building out to 400, and that could pick up. I will say there's very little delta out there, and the 400 is very likely to be sold, especially because I would imagine Ivy is a little bit elevated. Actually not too bad. Maybe they're already starting to sell some of it. Look out a little further. The 450 might be getting sold a little bit. Yeah. Everything from like 80 to 400 looks like it's getting smushed. Um, Ivy moves up quite a lot going into earnings though. So obviously obviously you could get some like long vol, or it would benefit from dispersion there. But gamma increases pretty much all the way out to like 405, 407. So what I might do is like enter some more some downside positioning on the 80 test here, and then um maybe more exposed downside positioning up here. So maybe like something hedged here, like Core was saying with put debits, and then maybe something a little more exposed on a 400 or like 405 test. I've had a lot of success just shorting them the day after earnings. I don't care about the upper trend line. That's, I'm pretty sure that's meaningless unless it got a new all-time high. Why the day after? Because the fucking options are too expensive the day before. The day after, I can play the Vol Crush. I can buy like the at the money or in the money puts. Also, because of the massive IV spike, you tend to get runs into their earnings. They're highly anticipated. Explain Carvana like I don't know how Carvana works. Big fraud used to funnel financing into the pockets of the owners. How do they fit the cars in the vending machines? You just drive them in. Yeah, Carvana and Root are connected. Carvana owns a stake in Root, and then the owners of Carvana also own stakes in Root. Root tends to benefit from Carvana losing money on their sales because a portion of that money that's lost on each car sold, which last I checked was around like $3,200 per unit, goes to Root. Like when you go to buy a car on Carvana, they're like, "Hey, do you want to get some insurance?" And then Carvana marks that as a loss. But they own part of Root, who's making revenues off of that transaction. Buy goats at higher prices than you sell them for. Pay interest. No, you don't pay the interest. You allow the interest to continue to appreciate against the principal. It's pretty creative. I gotta hand it to them. No, it's not. It's literally like they looked up how to do a Ponzi scheme in the dictionary and then just copied it. Or they asked like Copilot how Ponzi. I figured it out after looking there at their financial documents for like 3 minutes. I mean, Gensler initiated a SEC investigation before, or slightly before, Trump took office, and then that went nowhere because Trump, I'm pretty sure, is neuter to the SEC at this point. But remember, after the short report came out and that guy closed his fund? Hindenburg? Hindenburg did the whole short report on it. Carvana's stock price tanked. And then I don't know, the fucking people in charge of Carvana probably threatened to kill him or something, and then he fucking closed his fund and disappeared. And then the SEC dropped their investigation. Or he just made so much money shorting Carvana that he was done. How do we keep getting these weak breakouts to 63.85? Gex looks like 64.90 will be broken by end of day. I don't know. They'd have to start buying some shit above 64.90, which they don't seem to want to do. I hate it here. Why? I'm sure they asked how Ponzi not get caught. Probably. Hmm. Look at the in the money gamma, or the gamma below spot collapse on the move up there. It still looks shitty. I don't know. Maybe they lever up. It's disgusting. Why would you send me that? Does appear that way. A very clear like trend here, but not a full reversal yet. Woo! Head and shoulders on the NQ 5 minute. New intraday high, right? Yeah. Still a bit short of the high from yesterday, though. So 95.44. Bum, bum, bum. Calls at 85.80, taking some profits here. Bot calls at 90, holding up. Sold calls bot puts to the upside of spot 95, 6,500. It's today's high? Oh, is it? Oh, shit. What the fuck was that? Wait, what? Oh, it was this morning. Okay. It's because this doesn't have the data from before I fucking open this. Yeah. Okay. It seems like it'd be hard to regain. Profit taking, big gamma drop off under 90. So if bulls lose 90 here, bad. I think they could hold it and maybe net a little longer though. Losing it so quickly seems would be kind of wild. guess this would confirm below what, like 88? Or, yeah. Ooh, little slip. Signal of a breakdown below 88. Confirm below 80, I guess. See if bulls rug pull themselves, I guess, on this. And some bot puts coming in at 85, 80. There's still a synthetic short at 75. Hmm. Could we drop below 70? Technically. Probably want to watch for a turnaround in vol here. NQ head and shoulders is still about 10 points to the upside. Very sloppy head and shoulders, but is still one. Probably get a little bit more profit taking now. We left a gap to the downside, 64.90. Just under spot. Right there. What we get? Bot puts coming in at 6,500. No one's piling into selling puts at 490. or 85 or 80 or 75. All the sold puts are back at like 70 and lower. Most of these are bought here. I'm a double top connoisseur. This is no double top. I think it's like a bit weaker than a double top. NQ still has a couple more bucks of upside room before the head and shoulder test. $742.25. I think we falter close in the low 80s, high 70s. Depends on how much we falter. I think if we fall into the 70s, the shit's done. And just start squeezing off downside short puts at that point. So that's more of a double top. Uh, 'Cause we're gonna try to take advantage of the momentum here a little bit. $33, $845. New intraday high on that, right? Yeah. No. Okay. No. We see the impact of the dispersion trade now that the NVIDIA earnings are behind us, or is that only if there's a significant drop in price after earnings? No, there doesn't have to be a significant drop in price. I think we'll probably see correlation continue to break down as MM shed delta. The thing about everybody spending less money on compute, though, is it's bullish for the rest of like the tech stocks, like all the hyperscalers. Just not as bullish for Nvidia. Here's a little rug. Remember, I'd still want to see like 88 lost, and then 85, and then 80. The most important ones there are probably 80 and 88 in terms of this collapsing back. Ooh, bot puts coming in 95. In the money calls taking profits. 90, 85, 70. It's a pretty clear rejection from the top of the trend, at least. How likely do you think it is that we get below 70? Actually, hmm. If we lost 80, I think we could actually dump really hard. Like maybe well below 70. Difficult, but yeah, I guess it just depends on profit taking here. There's really not a lot of sold put support until you get to 70, and if we dropped from here to 70, there would be quite a lot of downside momentum, and the spike and vol would probably just continue to push the sell-off. There's very little gamma support to the downside, and, you know, the MM's positive vega here. So, you know, trends tend to have a lot of continuation. It's a decent sized if right now. Yeah, of course. I think Bull's best bet is to try to stabilize 90, but if they can't, it gets real tricky. I'm not sure the Bulls are super confident in PCE data. I mean, PCE data won't be as bad as PPI because only certain components of PCE come from PPI, but CPI data wasn't cool, so I'm not sure everybody's super bullish on the inflation data. They were definitely bullish like going into this morning on GDP data, but very short dated. Like almost all of the bullishness was just for today. Which means as profits are realized on those positions, they're probably very likely to just take the profits. That might be why we're not seeing a lot of put selling near spot, because it's just fucking dangerous. The event contracts on Webull? I'm not sure. Like 6 months or something like that. They're a fucking waste of money. Stupid. Are we on track to test 6,500? Sure, but there's a massive amount of resistance between here and there. Also, bears love to sell calls at tests of major levels. So you've got bears trying to crush the calls above 6,500, and then you've got bulls that want to take profits because they're up. So lower, like a lower high here, probably not super bullish. And if the current out of the money calls at 95 and 6,500 close, um, most of the support has eroded away. So we could fall back towards like negative gamma pretty quickly. It's really all just getting propped up by this like 6490 delta. We also have an auction at 1 o'clock on the 7-year. Which is, if anything, going to probably widen spreads a little bit and make it difficult to hold the support. Fed's Cook's judge sets the hearing for Friday. Emergency hearing is scheduled for 10 a.m. Eastern Friday tomorrow morning. Ooh. Intel CFO on CHIPS Act. There are certain concerns around whether we would hit any of those milestones, says Intel CFO at Deutsche Bank conference. We've received $5.7 billion in unpaid grants from the CHIPS Act, which is being converted into the U.S. government's stake. Gross. Fucking socialists. Great Depression 2.0 is going to be awesome. I'm going to be a railroad tycoon. At least they didn't buy their stock back with it. Very admirable. I'm sure they wanted to. That was probably the original plan. Nothing like a company that's actually failing becoming too big to fail, though. It's kind of beautiful. I was gonna see if Trump wants 10% of Gamma Strike, and then we could be very frivolous with our budget. I don't know. We'll see. Why trade when you can just buy indices and they go up? That's less fun. Also, indices don't always go up. Sometimes they go down. April? Liar. This morning? Ooh, this is looking like a lower high. I hope Trump uses all the taxpayer money to buy the top before the AI bubble pops. It would just be perfect. I think the effect would just be greater volatility. Still a lower high. Is it though? Yeah, definitively. Are they? I don't know. It looks like the 6,500 bot calls are taking profits while they try to lever up the 6495s. which is probably problematic. They do love to pump into an action. Although here the risk may be to the upside, so especially because the 5-year printed a tail yesterday. Hello. Ooh, there you go. So close. Yeah, now we have a new high. Bull's still holding up at 90. Still bought puts down at 75. Upside range is narrowed a bit. It's down to like 65.05 now from 65.15. Ooh, I want to sell that spread. Hmm. Dang it, they got me. What? Oh, we got rugged on the calls. I picked up a couple puts. See what happens. Seems fun. What's up, Balani? So did I. They're green. Yeah, that's how that works. Did you do the 90 or the 85? The 95? Yeah. They were a little pricey. Spot puts at 90. What if we break? I feel like losing 90 would be pretty fucking wild. No, 88. I guess I should be more specific. Woo! Let's fucking go. There's that 88 test. This matters. Pressuring the downside a little. Delta's moving up. And Q looks a little bit weaker. Bot puts at 90 are holding up a little bit, but the 90, 85, 80 calls are still there. A little bit of downside support, but not really any sold puts until you get down to like 80. And even at 80, there's not very many of them. A few 85 puts being bought back too. So I think this could still fail. It's kind of a wild ride. Got the auction. Oh, let's see. 7-year high yield, tailed by 0.3 points. High yield was 9.25 versus 9.22. Bid to cover 2.49, sold 44 billion, award 19% at the high. Primary dealers taking 9.79%. So decent liquidity on it, but still a tail. Levitt's talking. So that's a tail on the 5 and the 7. Yeah, it doesn't look like confidence, at least in the bond market, it doesn't look like confidence is super high that inflation is going to be substantially lower tomorrow. And I'm sure everyone's worried that super core is going to be up, especially with the component move in PPI. Yeah, I think there's a bit more worry going into tomorrow than it would appear. Ten a.m. we had the pending home sales that missed a little. Might have just been the spreads blowing out, like as people repositioned. It's like some wicks, but I mean, it wasn't. I don't think it was that. I think the puts just got sold really heavily once the data was passed. Spot puts are picking up at 90. Bot calls are falling off at 95. Starting to look like continuation, maybe. Another presser.
Good afternoon. Good to see all of you. I want to begin today's briefing by addressing the horrific shooting that took place yesterday at the Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where a deranged shooter opened fire during morning mass, killing an innocent 8-year-old and 10-year-old. 14 other children and 3 adults were also injured during this horrible tragedy. This was the first morning mass of the school year for these beautiful, innocent children, and this sacred religious service was desecrated by an evil monster. We are all eternally grateful to the heroic law enforcement officers and first responders whose courage and swift response aided all of those impacted by this horrible tragedy. As Director Kash Patel confirmed yesterday, the FBI is currently investigating this shooting as an act of domestic terrorism and a hate crime targeting Catholics. President Trump signed a proclamation yesterday following his call with the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, acknowledging the victims and their families and directing flags to be flown at half-mast. President Trump and the First Lady encouraged the entire nation to join all of us in praying for the victims and their families as they face unimaginable grief and loss. The White House and the FBI will continue to provide further updates as they become available. I also have a quick scheduling announcement for you today. The President will travel to New York City on September 22nd to address the United Nations General Assembly on Tuesday, September 23rd. On another matter, as Americans make their Labor Day weekend travel plans, they will be able to enjoy 5-year low gas prices thanks to President Trump fully unleashing American energy dominance. President Trump ended Joe Biden's Green New Scam policies and is delivering on his promise to make America affordable again. These savings at the pump are giving everyday American families more room in their budgets at the end of each month, which is the exact opposite of what we saw under the previous administration. And as we commemorate Labor Day this year, we finally have a president who fights and delivers for the American worker every single day. President Trump believes that American workers are the heart and soul of our economy and our national identity, which is why he's championed an agenda that puts them first always. For decades, the hardworking men and women of our country who built the greatest nation in world history were sold out by selfish, greedy, short-sighted globalists who put our country on a path to economic and cultural ruin. They hollowed out our factories and towns and betrayed the American working class by shipping jobs overseas and importing millions of low-wage migrants to replace American workers. Under President Trump, this national disgrace is over. American workers are, once again, being put at the center of national
95
trade
puts
policy,
being
and the
bought.
dignity of American labor is being defended. As a result, President Trump has already brought in nearly $10 trillion in new private and foreign investments so that the top businesses in the world can create high-paying jobs in America and hire American workers to fill them. In fact, since President
Ooh,
Trump took
weird
office,
price
the
action.
economy has added more than 500,000 new
Bot.
jobs to the workforce. In a stark reversal from the Biden administration, all of that job creation has been driven by private sector
$6.15 a
growth,
gallon
and
here in
all of the
LA.
gains have gone to native-born Americans. Wages for blue-collar workers are now rising at the fastest rate in the past 60 years.
California
And the
is an
average
outlier,
American
but
worker has
yeah,
already seen a
it's bullshit.
$500 wage increase this year alone.
1 second.
Thanks to the largest middle tax cuts ever signed into law by President Trump, with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, Americans in all 50 states will keep more of their hard-earned money. The average American taxpayer will see a tax cut of nearly $4,000 because of these pro-growth provisions, according to analysis from the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation. In other news, President Trump continues to deliver on his promise to restore law and order to our nation's capital. Since President Trump's intervention, there have been more than 1,283 arrests right here in the District of Columbia. Total crime in D.C. is down 19%, and violent crime is down 30%. Carjackings in the district are down 67%. Homicides are down 57%. Robberies are down 40%. Motor vehicle thefts are down 32%. And assaults with dangerous weapons are down 23%. And property crime is down 18%. These numbers prove the president's bold actions to make D.C. safe and beautiful again are working, just like he said they would. And that's why on Monday, the president took additional action to sign an executive order taking steps to ensure that cashless bail in Washington, D.C. is eliminated. For too long, D.C.'s reckless cashless bail policies have allowed dangerous criminals to be quickly released, which endangers everyone who lives in and visits our wonderful capital. No cash bail has also foolishly forced law enforcement to repeatedly arrest the same offenders over and over again, only for them to be released back into our nation's capital. This is the definition of insanity, and the president is seeking to end it. He also signed a separate executive order addressing the crime emergency in D.C. by instructing the National Park Service to hire additional United States Park Police officers to support public safety, and directing the U.S. Attorney's Office for D.C. to hire additional prosecutors to focus solely on violent and property crimes. So while liberal Democrats across the country continue to double down on their failed soft-on-crime approach, the American people, including local D.C. leadership, business owners, and residents, are rallying behind President Trump's crime crackdown. According to new polling, 81% of Americans say crime is a major problem in large cities across the country, and a clear majority of Americans believe the president's actions are justified and necessary to reduce crime in these cities. Indu Bhatia, who runs a liquor store a half-mile from the White House here just down the street, is one of those Americans who are grateful for President Trump's public safety push. Indu recently told the New York Post that her store was robbed so many times that they had to spend exorbitant sums of money on security, jeopardizing her family's financial future. But thanks to President Trump's strong action, Indu said, quote, "All of my employees, including me, we feel much safer, and even our customers feel really happy when they walk into our store." And just yesterday, Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser credited President Trump for surging federal law enforcement personnel and said neighborhoods, quote, "feel and are much safer." We thank Mayor Bowser for her cooperation and her willingness to help us make D.C. safe and beautiful. This entire effort has vindicated what President Trump and law and order advocates have been saying for years, and this is our message to Americans in Democrat-run cities nationwide. Decline is a choice. You don't have to live in constant fear of being robbed, raped, or murdered. Your leaders are lying to you, and they have been failing you for decades. The President Trump approach of upholding law and order by letting our brave men and women in blue actually do their jobs to aggressively fight crime works. In just a few weeks, President Trump has done more for D.C. residents than Democrats did in 50 years. And this can be replicated in other crime-ridden cities across the nation. As President Trump has said, all of these elected officials in charge have to do is pick up the phone and ask for the president and the federal government's help. President Trump doesn't care if they are a Republican or a Democrat leader. He wants Americans to be safe and for every law-abiding American citizen across the country.
Does it really feel like a
able to
choice when
thrive
you're going in
safely in their community.
unconstitutionally? Yeah, this
With
is
that,
the
I'll take
expansion
questions.
of the
Here in our new
fascist
media seat
base.
today, we have social media influencer, content creator Brandon Tatum. Brandon, thank you so much for joining us today. Why don't you kick us off?
Well, Caroline, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. And on behalf of everybody that follow me, the millions of people that follow me, I want to say thank you for making the sacrifice and dealing with some of the most disingenuous people on planet Earth at times. I have two questions. The first question is associated with the shooting that occurred the other day. And I want to ask the question of, we know that it's not...
This is literally like how you set up a fascist state. You're just...
We know it's a
I don't know what's wrong with you, Kika. You're blind.
I want to know from you what President Trump and the White House are going to do to address mental health issues around the country associated with these shootings. And the second thing is Chicago. You know, anybody with, and I say, with a connected brainstem knows that Chicago's crime is out of control. And young black men are getting...
You've never heard that one before because they haven't done that in this country before.
No president has addressed...
Oh, what an idiot. I'm just not going to listen to it.
What is the White House going to do to address issues in their capacity to deal with the conflict and violence in Chicago?
Sure. Well, to your first question about this shooting in Minnesota, right now, the administration is focused on helping the people of Minnesota. It's been less than a day, of course, since this tragedy happened. We have federal law enforcement on the ground assisting local law enforcement. This investigation is ongoing. There's still a lot.
I think the problem is they only understand the meaning of words. And they only listen to the words that are told to them by the people they think they should trust.
It is a priority of this administration to ensure that American cities are safe again. And I'm so glad that you brought up the crime in Chicago, because we've been seeing the governor of Illinois.
I don't think she offered any thoughts or prayers.
There's nothing wrong with Chicago.
It's almost like she doesn't give a shit.
Place to live. There's no crime there. He doesn't need President Trump's help. Well, I think the residents of Chicago beg to differ, and the statistics beg to differ. And I'll just share a few of those statistics with all of you. For 13 consecutive years, Chicago has had the most murders of any
What's up,
US
Water
city.
Bucket?
This is J.B. Pritzker's legacy, by the way. For 7 consecutive years, Chicago has had the highest murder rate among U.S. cities.
Who else was called a fascist?
In 2020,
Just the fascist people. That's who got called a fascist.
3 times higher than Los Angeles.
Ridiculous.
And nearly 5 times higher than New York City. That's more than double the murder rate in Islamabad and nearly 15 times more than Delhi. Out of Chicago's 147,899 reported crimes this year, that's how many crimes have been reported in Chicago since January 1st. There have only been arrests in 16% of them. These numbers are unacceptable. There have been more illegal guns recovered in Chicago than in New York City and Los Angeles combined. The number of reported motor vehicle thefts last year was more than double the number in 2021. And Chicago has also, just like D.C., come under scrutiny over discrepancies in its homicide data reporting. So as bad as these numbers are, perhaps they are even worse. And this is Governor Pritzker's legacy. He should put politics aside. He should pick up the phone and call this president, who would be more than happy to do right by law-abiding American residents in the city of Chicago, and we hope that he will. Gabe, and thanks for being here, Brandon. Gabe.
Carolyn, thank you so much. First, on the firing of the CDC director, first,
Sure.
who will replace her? And then also, overnight, the White House said that she did not align with the president's agenda. Dr. Menard's attorneys say that she refused to rubber stamp unscientific, reckless directives and fire dedicated health experts. What specifically did she do wrong?
Look, what I will say about this individual is that her lawyer's statement made it abundantly clear themselves that she was not aligned with the president's mission to make America healthy again. And the secretary asked her to resign. She said she would, and then she said she wouldn't, so the president fired her, which he has every right to do. It was President Trump who was overwhelmingly reelected on November 5th. This woman has never received a vote in her life, and the president has the authority to fire those who are not aligned with his mission.
No, he doesn't.
Will be announced by either the president or the secretary very soon. And the president and Secretary Kennedy are committed to restoring trust and transparency and credibility to the CDC by ensuring their leadership and their decisions are more public-facing, more accountable, strengthening our public health system, and restoring it to its core mission of protecting Americans from communicable diseases, investing in innovation to prevent, detect, and respond to future threats. That's the mission of the CDC, and we're going to make sure that folks that are in positions of leadership there are aligned with that mission.
Briefly on another topic, alligator Alcatraz. Last week, a judge on an environmental concerns lawsuit said that the administration has 60 days to wind down operations there, state officials did. Now, the administration has not been shy in fighting back against what it calls activist judges, but why is it backing down this time?
We're not backing down. We've always said that we are going to continue to fight in the court of law for what's right, because we know that what this administration is doing with respect to all policy, but also immigration policy, is above the books, and we're abiding by our nation's immigration laws. And we think it's despicable that an activist judge has inserted themselves in this migrant detention facility to the point where DHS is now having to relocate these illegal immigrants to other detention facilities around the country. That is an unnecessary burden on the Department of Homeland Security and these agents who should be removing these criminals from our community. That's what the American people elected this president to do. So we've always maintained, Gabe, we're going to comply with court orders, but we're also going to fight back on them on the merits of the law. And DHS is in compliance while we disagree with this decision, and we'll continue to fight it in court. Let's go to...
Hey,
Go ahead.
Thanks so much. So just following up on the CDC firing,
Sure.
Are you anticipating other changes there at CDC in addition to that firing? And is the administration going through in a very sort of organized fashion? Is there a task force that's going through high-level appointees to see who is or isn't aligned with the mission? Like, should we expect more changes?
Not to my knowledge. I understand there were a few other individuals who resigned after the firing of Ms. Monarez. One of those individuals wrote in his departure statement that he identifies pregnant women as pregnant people. So that's not someone who we want in this administration anyway. So if people are not aligned with the president's vision and the secretary's vision to make our country healthy again, then we will gladly show them the door.
Caroline, can I just follow up on...
Go to the back.
Thank you, Caroline.
Go behind you, Andrew. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. The military deployment that President Trump has sent to the Caribbean Sea close to the shores with Venezuela is massive. It's much more that is needed to simply counter narcotics operations. Is President Trump considering launching military strikes to military installments or facilities in Venezuela?
I won't get ahead of the president with respect to any military action or questions about that ever. But what I will tell you is that many Caribbean nations and many nations in the region have applauded the administration's counter-drug operations and efforts, and the president is prepared to use every element of American power to stop drugs from flooding into our country and to bring those responsible to justice. And as I've said from this podium before, the Maduro regime is not the legitimate government of Venezuela. It is a narco-terror cartel. Maduro is not a legitimate president. He is a fugitive head of this drug cartel. He has been indicted in the United States for trafficking drugs into our country, and it is the utmost responsibility of this president and this administration to prevent the illicit flow of drugs into our country and to protect citizens from those deadly poisons. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions for you.
Sure.
Democrats, including former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, attacked prayer and pushed gun control in the aftermath of yesterday's shooting. What's the White House's response to their comments?
Yes, I saw the comments of my predecessor, Ms. Psaki, and frankly, I think they're incredibly insensitive and disrespectful to the tens of millions of Americans of faith across this country who believe in the power of prayer, who believe that prayer works, and who believe that in a time of mourning like this, when beautiful young children were killed while praying in a church, it's utterly disrespectful to deride the power of prayer in this country, and it's disrespectful to the millions of Americans of faith. And I would encourage Ms. Psaki to pray for these families themselves who need it right now more than ever.
My second question for you is that there have been media outlets who have glazed over the fact that the shooter was confused in their gender identity. Does the administration believe that this element needs to be investigated in the shooting?
All of the elements are being investigated in the shooting, absolutely. Which is why part of the reason the FBI director came out and immediately confirmed that facet of the investigation. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Two questions on two separate issues. First of all, the drone and missile strikes that took place overnight in Ukraine. General Keith Kellogg, the president's special envoy, has described these attacks as egregious. Do you agree with that description, and do you view President Putin as an impediment to getting peace between these two countries?
Well, it's not about if I agree, it's about what the president thinks, and I know what the president thinks because I talked to him about this. He was not happy about this news, but he was also not surprised. These are two countries that have been at war for a very long time. Russia launched this attack on Kyiv, and likewise, Ukraine recently dealt a blow to Russia's oil refineries. They have taken out, as a matter of fact, 20% of Russia's oil refinery capacity over the course of their attacks throughout the month of August. So the president is continuing to watch this intently, and this killing, unfortunately, will continue as long as the war continues, which is why the president wants it to end. And that's why he's worked harder than anyone to end this war, which would have never started if he were president. But perhaps both sides of this war are not ready to end it themselves. The president wants it to end, but the leaders of these two countries need it to end and want it to end, must want it to end as well. And I think the president will make some additional statements on this later.
My second question has to do with,
Carrie.
I just had one more, if I may. It has to do with the president's intention to remove Lisa Cook as a member of the Federal Reserve Board. He is going or acting upon allegations that have been made by Trump administration official Bill Pulte. These are just allegations. She hasn't been convicted yet of any crime. Is the administration opposed to allowing Ms. Cook to have due process, to challenge what has been alleged against her?
I believe she is challenging it. I believe she just filed a lawsuit today, and Mr. Pulte has deferred those allegations over to the Department of Justice to investigate them. What I will say is that you had these mortgage receipts very clearly shown to the president, and he has the cause that he needs to fire this individual. He laid it out in the letter that he provided to her and to the public as well. And so we'll continue to fight this battle. Carrie.
Hi, Caroline. So the president just announced that he wants to have a convention right before the midterms next year. The DNC has countered that they too want to have a convention right before the midterms as well. What's the White House's response to that? And can you give us just a little bit of a hint or a tease here as to how the president envisions a convention in the for the midterms?
Look, the president put out a statement on this earlier today. I'll let him speak further on the plans that he envisions, but I think he's very proud of the accomplishments and the achievements of his administration, as he should be. The most secure border in United States history, a crackdown on crime here in our nation's capital, an attack or a reversal of the attack on our energy industry from the previous administration. As I just pointed out to you, gas prices today, this Labor Day, are the lowest they've been since Labor Day in 2020. Our economy is bringing in trillions of dollars in revenue from all over the world again. So there's so much for Republicans and for the president and for Americans across the country to be proud of, and I think the president wants to see that celebrated. But for any further details on this as they come, we'll provide you with them. Iris.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions on the shooting. What's the administration's message to some concerned parents across the country who might be now worried about their kids' safety in light of the latest incident?
We completely and totally understand the concerns of parents across the country. This tragedy it's heartbreaking. As a parent myself, there are no words to describe just the heartbreak that these families must be enduring, which is why the president and the first lady have encouraged everyone to continue to pray for these families and these
That
victims.
could also come back as we close these short vol trades. I
I
sold an iron butterfly on it last night that I made like 50% on.
Last night in Washington, D.C., arrests were being made. There was an arrest of a juvenile right here in D.C.
I mean, as those short vol trades close, yeah. I mean, vol's falling, so the MM is just going to probably continue to shed delta.
Firearms were recovered, and the juvenile was arrested.
Also, I mean, volatility is still relatively high on the call side, so, and there's like, there's fund flows that are selling volatility as well, so I would say it could probably continue to crush out more.
Law enforcement efforts of this administration, and I would also point to the statement of our wonderful First Lady that she released yesterday. She wrote, "The tragic mass killing in Minnesota illuminates the need for preemptive intervention."
A little bit of a bump in volatility here.
Early warning signs are often evident, with many individuals exhibiting concerning behaviors and making violent threats online prior to their actions. We encourage all Americans, as the old saying goes, if you see something, say something. If you see warning signs or threats, report it to law enforcement. This administration federal law enforcement will take those reports and those threats seriously. They will be treated as a law enforcement emergency, and we will act accordingly.
And on the First Lady's statement, would the administration consider ramping up resources on these fronts to parents and schools across the country to help them look into these signs and prevent more tragedies?
It's a very fair question, Iris. As for any potential future policy decisions or funding questions, it's just been over 24 hours since this tragedy occurred. Right now we're focused on the FBI and their investigation and uncovering all the facts, and we'll leave those very important policy discussions to another day.
Trump's making a statement on Ukraine later.
I had a question about the Lisa Cook lawsuit that you mentioned. Does the president plan to wait until that lawsuit is resolved to appoint her replacement?
I will leave that to the president to make that decision in that announcement himself. Brian?
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions. Bouncing off the CDC, situation at CDC, I'm curious if administration officials are pushing back on the president's agenda, privately, publicly, however, should they fear to lose their jobs going forward?
Look, I think if you're doing your job well, and if you are executing on the vision and the promises that the president made to the public who elected him back to this office, then you should have no fear about your job. Just do your job. That's what this president wants to see. He wants to see people solving problems. He wants to see the people who have the privilege of serving the American taxpayer and the federal government abiding by the wishes of the American taxpayers who overwhelmingly reelected him in this cabinet to make America great again, or in this case, make America healthy again.
On the Intel deal, where the U.S. got a stake in that company, there's two things I want to ask about that. The first is, what did the U.S. get back in return for that deal? And the second thing is, what are the future plans for giving any form of money to another company? It could be through the CHIPS Act, like this deal, or some other form of funds. What are the plans there by this White House administration?
Well, look, as you know, Brian, very well, because you cover it often, the Intel deal is still being ironed out by the Department of Commerce. The T's are still being crossed, the I's are still being dotted. It's very much still under discussion. But the president's thinking, I can share with you, is certainly to ensure that the United States government is making our country wealthy again and is benefiting from some of these deals. And it's a creative solution. I know it's outside the box thinking, which is uncommon in this city, but it's something that he proposed and something that the Secretary of Commerce is working on putting into action. Mary?
Thanks, Caroline. I have a couple questions on the shooting yesterday. The first one, this is the second shooting involving a trans-identifying shooter who specifically targeted Christians and Catholic kids. What kind of consequences do the gender-affirming therapists, doctors, or even the parents of these shooters?
Bot puts sold calls coming in heavy
Well,
at
as for
6,500.
parents and potential therapists in this case, again, all of that is still currently being investigated by the FBI.
Support now at
The Secretary of
95
Health
for
and
the
Human Services
Bulls
this morning
before it
said
starts
that
to
HHS
pressure
is,
vol.
investigating perhaps links between some of these drugs and these
So the
prescription drugs that some of the
downside
clients may be
support's
taking,
tightening
and
up.
increase in violence. And obviously we have mental health problems in this country that this administration and Secretary Kennedy will continue to speak out about in the work that we're doing to solve it.
Thank you. And just to follow up, I've seen a lot of calls for action, among these lawmakers saying that we shouldn't just be praying. One that I've seen on the right, actually, is calls for the FBI to institute a new class of domestic terrorism that involves trans ideology. Is that something that the administration would support?
I would have to check with the appropriate people on that. Daniel.
Thank you, Caroline. We saw some new revised economic data come out today showing the U.S. economy grew at a 3.3% clip, largely buoyed by a surge in capex. What's the White House reaction to this, and is this sort of the president's vision beginning to come to life after the Big Beautiful Bill was passed in July?
Yes, I mean, look, we did say that once the Big Beautiful Bill was signed into law, we're going to see the effects of this massive pro-growth piece of legislation. As I laid out for you as we head into the Labor Day weekend, there's many positive economic indicators that the American people can be hopeful about. But don't forget, we are reversing 4 years of reckless spending from the previous administration, of slamming regulations down the throats of American business owners and consumers across the country. But the administration is working very hard to unravel all of that and to ensure that small business owners and workers are thriving and that they have more money in their own pockets to spend. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Caroline. Back on the CDC, there was reporting that some of the initial problems between RFK and the CDC director stemmed from miscommunications or differences on vaccine policy. So I wonder if you could just say whether or not the president believes that the COVID vaccine should be available to and covered by insurance for all Americans, regardless of age and pre-existing conditions.
What I will tell you is that the FDA recently revoked the emergency youth authorizations for 3 COVID vaccinations while simultaneously greenlighting 4 new COVID-19 vaccines with 2025 and 2026 formulas. The reason for the revocation of that emergency youth authorization is because obviously the
More
COVID
puts
pandemic
being bought
and
at
the public health
6,500.
emergency is over. But just to correct the record, because there's been a lot of misinformation on this, the FDA's decision does not affect the availability of COVID vaccines for Americans who want them. We believe in individual choice. That's a promise both the president and the secretary have made, and it's a promise they have now delivered on.
Question, if I could, Caroline. Second question, if I could. Sorry. I wonder if you could ask. I wonder if you could answer why the president hasn't acknowledged the shooting at CDC headquarters that took place earlier in August, where a police officer was killed, and it was reported that the motivation for the shooting was somebody who was really unhappy with the effects of the COVID vaccine.
We absolutely were very much aware of that shooting. The Secretary of Health and Human Services put out a statement immediately. He was in touch with the CDC, and he actually traveled to Georgia to assess the situation and to mourn with the people who work in that building there. So, go ahead.
With respect to Labor Day, one of the most underrepresented groups right now are police officers. 30,000 police officers short in America right now. To Brandon's question, 1,300 short in Chicago, 3,000 short in New York, 500 short here in Washington, D.C. What can the White House, what can the president do to help recruitment of police officers? You've done well with the military and Border Patrol. What can be done to get more police officers on the streets of America?
Well, the president has certainly been very successful in recruiting federal law enforcement. If you look at the ICE recruitment campaign that was led by he and our Secretary of Homeland Security, we've seen more than, I believe, 130,000 applicants to join ICE, which is just amazing. There's more applicants now than there are jobs to fill, and we're very grateful for that. Clearly, Americans want to serve their communities. They just need a leader who encourages them to do so. So maybe Governor Pritzker should spend less time demonizing the police, more time trying to recruit more police, and more time trying to call the President of the United States to get crime in his city under control. The President wants to allow law enforcement, whether it's state, local, federal, to do their jobs, to arrest criminals, to put them behind bars, and to remove public safety threats from American communities. He'll continue to do that. Thank you, guys.
That didn't really affect anything. What time is Trump speaking about Ukraine? $2:30? Department of Energy issues an emergency order to secure grid reliability, directing PJM to keep Eddystone power units running. The order is to continue until November 26th. Huh. Interesting. U.S. Department of Commerce selects Kraken as a partner in an initiative to enhance transparency of economic data. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. That's a lot of Gestapo, yeah. There's bot puts at, or bot calls at 95, sold puts at 95, bot puts at 6,500, sold calls at 6,500. So bears are building a synthetic short at 65. Bulls are still trying to hold this at 95. But 95 is now the break point for them. So their supportive positioning keeps tightening up closer to spot. which means they're more likely to lose it on any failure. They could try to squeeze out the synthetic short. The sold calls? It's an awful lot of them. I don't know if they'll capitulate. Yeah, we could just keep grinding up. I mean, that's what bulls are trying to pull off here. They're definitely selling more puts. Closer to spot. They're still relatively low compared to the far out of the money puts, but they will increase as confidence increases. Bulls are in a pretty good position. I mean, Charm's supportive. There's just not much room to the upside. Like $7, $8. Is there any way I can make my dashboard look like yours? No, because this is the new version. This is version 2, which hasn't been released yet. I'll just keep an eye on like the put call ratio. If it starts to drop, probably more bearish. Vol will pick up. Gonna get a chance to sell some calls up here. MQ still failing to regain its trend from earlier. Tomorrow's end of month also. Pressuring some of the bearish positioning here, but it's not capitulating in any meaningful way. Hmm. Get to solve this or what? I just did. It's car. This is, what the fuck am I missing? Oh, God damn it. Too weird. We get a data hiccup. Two. Squeeze. It's like the data error caught up. Definitely still pushing for 6,500 or trying to push through 6,500. call 6505. 6500. Bought puts coming in though, 95, 90. Some to the downsides are getting some profit taking, 75 and 65 short puts closing. Rolling them up? Maybe, but possibly waiting for a drop to do so. You DocuSign. Give me 1 second. was just doom scrolling YouTube and I stumbled onto this. Welcome. Fuck me, I just banged my shoulder into the wall. And twisted my back again. Ow. Alright, it's gonna be okay. Went down. I don't know. Some of the, looks like some of the 5505, 5500 long calls are closing out. Some bot calls out at 6510. 9590 still levered up. Profit taking on the 80 and 75 calls though. So, a little bit of reduction in the support down there. Gamma's getting a little steeper. Could be bulls are kind of just running out of time to break 6,500 here. Upside still looks pretty capped at 6,505 though. The MM expected move doesn't need to happen. Options were just overpriced today. He's shadow banned. Nobody stumbles in here except Darth. I am shadow banned. Because you guys don't like the fucking stream. Some of you did. Where's Darth? I don't know. Still in jail, probably. This is why we couldn't get above 20k subs. Yeah, because all the Reddit assholes reported me for like 2 years because I kept saying mean things about Ryan Cohen. NQ's failing its 5-minute trend here. Somewhat important. Fall's starting to pick up a little bit too. Oh, fuck this. I wish my back could get better. Okay. How is DocuSign doing? Remember when I tried to get you to buy DocuSign for 40 bucks, Popcorn? What happened to your back? I dropped my cell phone cable out of my car, and then I tried to pick it up, and then, I don't know. I was like, probably because I was like sitting in the air conditioning and like got out of the car or something, but I just ripped like a bunch of muscles in my lower back and some of the like connective tissue. What are you taking for your back? I got some muscle relaxers, painkillers, steroidal anti-inflammatories. I started working out like 3 weeks ago. because I was getting too fat. What sets you apart from just any other streamer? Everything? Got into yoga using resistance bands. Recommended from PT. Night and day after 4 to 6 months. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing yoga after I do PT. Gherkin's financial beeple art. Thanks. Mostly being a centaur. And humility. It's definitely not humility. He's best friends with all his followers and helps manage your port on his Discord. No, I fucking don't. Are you gonna pull off pickle news after stream? I was thinking about it. Other financial streamers praise their followers. Gherk shames us for being poor and blowing up our accounts, because that's what happens. No, I don't spend all day talking about fucking some house I bought on leverage 6 years ago that made money. Upgraded. You all? Okay, yeah. They keep giving me crypto advice. What cult? What are you talking about? Gherk will also recommend you to buy UNH 900Cs and laugh as you become a baggie. Okay, I distinctly told you not to buy those McChuggets. It's like you're deaf. I haven't traded anything for today. Well, the only thing I've traded is the where the fuck was it? I sold calls here, but I don't know what I did with the trade. He sometimes offers unsolicited crypto platform investment advice on unknown platforms, then ghosts you when you ask his opinions on the newest Centaur erotica. Yeah, I probably would. Shorted NVIDIA spring of 2023, and that's all you really need to know. I did not tell you to full port open either. Should be buying puts here, man. I sold calls here. I'm not sure that was a great idea either, but I'm about to find out. Okay, that's done. And now I need... Okay, cool. Wow. Why are you being a little bitch? Fuck you, Discord. sell more. Trying to sell more fucking. Getting close to a top. Bot puts coming in 6505, 6510. Some bot puts coming in at 6500. It's not. Bulls are just trying to squeeze out the short position. Or rescue all those fucking bot calls they got earlier. Damn. DocuSign actually looks bullish as fuck. Just the technicals, but... Yes, it does. You told me no, it doesn't back when it was $40 and then it hit 100. Why do you hate DocuSign so much? They do a beautiful thing. Still doesn't. you gonna squeeze the 6505 sold calls? You mean close their 6505 calls? Those are all bought. The 6505 and 6510 calls are all purchased. Those are net long. Yeah, bulls have been selling puts, but really, really fucking close to spot. Like all the way up to like 95. They kind of filled out that range between 6470 and 95 that had no sold puts earlier, or at least prior to the press conference and the auction. However, I do think there's probably just going to be profit taking on these out of the money bot calls from earlier today. It does seem puts are coming in quite a bit. We're getting bot puts sold calls at 6505, bot puts at 6510, bot puts at 6500. You can use the implied volatilities. I have other stuff. Ball's picking up. Not really sure if that's from short calls closing or from puts being bought back. Doesn't look like it's short calls closing. Maybe the 95 puts getting bought back. 80s. Bunch of bot calls coming in at 6,500 on that push. The 65.15 and 25 are being sold pretty heavily. Add more short puts, short calls. Why is that not loading? Weird. Okay, that's done. What else do I need to do? Hmm. Okay. So it failed. That's nice. I guess let's see if the 6,500 support holds here. Seems like a pullback would be in order. Looks like put call ratios are declining, so in the money puts taking, or out of the money puts closing probably. Should explain the massive move up in vol. It's 245 right now. Charm's pretty supportive here. 6505. Call premiums picking up a bunch. You're getting a lot of short calls, it looks like. Which is, you know, kind of verifiable. Could that call spread get squeezed? I don't think it's a spread. But yeah, I guess so. It doesn't look super likely right now. Not much delta up there. IV's picking up a little bit to the downside. Are we in danger of another debt downgrade? Not, I wouldn't say immediately, but yes. I think if the Fed starts cutting rates without moving over to QE, or if the Fed moves over to QE too aggressively, that could be a problem. Mm. If bears aren't pushing back so hard against this, it seems like it would be pretty easy to get to 65.15, but they are. Yeah, maybe bulls try for it if we get some kind of a rejection. Shake out the bears and then try to push. Although I don't think losing 6,500 is good for them right now. Maybe they still need to lose 95. Comment views on GameStop. What do you want to know? Oh, this is the JPM color also. By the way, at 65.05. Yeah, what do you want to know about GameStop? It's getting pretty heavily shorted through ETFs. Volatility is very low. I don't know. Bitcoin correlation's been falling. I'd imagine that the positioning on it's fairly similar to MSTR, so institutions are shorting it, longing Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin takes a big shit, probably bullish for GME. Doesn't look like it's really all that bearish, but not bullish. I have some leaps on it right now that I bought. Just to play like an uptick in implied vol. It's hard to say with all the dilution though. It doesn't react like it once did to getting shorted into the dirt. Just stuck here for the rest of the day. Probably not stuck here. I feel like there's a lot of incentive for call sellers right now. Probably less incentive for bulls to stay in their position. SEX taking the JPM collar like it always does. Yep. Well, we're getting close to the rollover month. September's where it end of September. But we have the baby collar that rolls tomorrow. Or the medium collar rolls tomorrow. It's kind of weird we haven't seen any like pension rebalancing. Although maybe we saw a little bit this morning. The flows from all that shit should be pretty negative going into tomorrow. Saying what? I don't want cold tacos. You know, I can fly to California, turd. It's an expensive taco. It's really not. Like JFK to LAX is a cheap flight. Yeah, I know. He says short-lived. I don't know why he does that. It's infuriating. I don't have a private jet. You mailed him tamales? He probably pronounced it wrong once, and then decided that if he changed it up, the market participants would think he was signaling something bearish, so he just kept pronouncing it wrong. Yeah, that totally sounds like it. Ball dropping a bit. USTR extends certain exclusions from the China Section 301 tariffs. The exclusions were previously scheduled to expire August 31st. And they've now been extended to November 29th. Intel CFO says Trump deal designed to block the sale of its chip making unit. When does your beta become unbeta? I don't know. we're gonna like launch it within like the next month probably. Tap the collar. Do it. Bulls have been pushing for these fucking bot calls all day. What happens when we tap? Yeah, sometimes JPM dumps their hedge. Also, I don't see any questionable items for sale on your description. I'm disappointed. No one's requested that any items be in the store today. You guys have to do that. I don't know what to put in there. Yeah, you can look at volumes and implied volatility. I have tools to do that. Different users named not Grim2. Not that I'm aware of. JPM color levels aren't listed on Gamma Strike. Porsche 911 GT3. Not a real one. If it goes violently down, I'm not interested. We'd have to fail a support for that to happen, which hasn't happened yet. Even earlier, like 88, this still caught the knife. Because that guy's definitely not grim to you. Makes me think it might be. What's the closing price today? I hope under like at 6,500 or under. I guess I'd be okay with anything under 6,503. Yeah. 6,503 is fine. JPM drops the hedge, that means big pump. Only if there's enough market maker buying to absorb it. Gamma's getting more negative to the downside. If this range fails, yeah, like 80 or 75. Would be like probably where I would target the downside. It was boring as fuck. Ow. I said that 6505 was probably the top. Beyond this, we have to like pop the collar. It's a big ask. No, not the collar that expires tomorrow. The big collar. Big collar is at 6505. Yeah, just a touch. Are sold calls getting squeezed out? I mean, they did before. There's not really a lot of them left. No, wrong color. The smaller color rolls tomorrow. This is the big color. Big boy. It scratched my eyeball. Maybe on like my pillowcase or something. $6,500 sold puts or long puts? Sold puts. Bulls are going to try to hold 65 if they can. It's if they lose it that things get bad. Or, well, worse. Yeah, worse. That's kind of the downside to doing this, is that they become very exposed below spot. VIX is doing a intraday triple bottom. Oh hey, NQ finally failed its fucking trend. Nice. What's going on? Just tell me. GAMB? Growing, acquiring, profitable. What's it acquiring? I don't want to review your fucking portfolio. You know this, right? Ew. Yeah. Technically interesting. Whiffed it on earnings. Margins cratered. Online gambling's probably doing better than hospitality. Why do I keep buying 6,500 Ps? Help me stop. I also would like this to close below 6,500. What was gross? I didn't even see what you said. Oh. He has that effect on people. Yeah, because Google buries ads for like alcohol, tobacco, and gambling. What happened to Walgreens options holders with the merger? I have no idea. Probably got fucked. It's usually how that goes down. Hmm. Russia hit a British government building in Ukraine? Ooh, shit. Where's that? That's a big deal. Article 5, yo. Yeah. Was it an embassy? Oh, it's 7 hours ago. That's not new news. It's an attack on any member's territory. So if it's sovereign territory, it doesn't invoke it. Gamma Flip is doing something. Yeah. The spread's getting wild. I want to lose 6,500 and see what happens. Yeah, it's not. Some NGO's not going to do it. Mm-hmm. 6505 bot puts picking up a bit. Still bot calls 6,500, 6,495 supporting the downside. Why is Russia being so mean? Small penis. I assume. If we did get a clean break under 6,500 this late in the day, we could realistically bottom out with only 30 minutes left. Not far, right? I assumed that the Bulls would sell more of the 95 put, and then if that level were lost, maybe they would have to try for like the 80 put. I wouldn't see us dropping much below 80. That would be maybe a little unrealistic. But yeah, failure back to 80 wouldn't be totally out of the question. It seems like a long shot, but I would say not impossible. I personally don't give a shit as long as we close under 65.0350. I'm probably not gonna bet on the out of the money put. It seems unwise. Not that. Well, maybe I will. How much are they? That's the clincher. 64.95s or 65 cents. All right, fuck it. We can do a couple. Make it a couple thousand. Nah. Yeah, yeah. There's just more sold puts coming in to counteract the downside pressure more than anything. But also bot puts. Maybe U.S. fascism is bullish. Maybe. Mm. A little bit of pressure. so boring. Losing 6,500 would be interesting. I don't know how much damage it would do, but there's still a lot of sold calls at 6,500. Like those positions didn't really give up. So yeah, I feel like 6,500 could be slightly interesting. Although, really need to fail 95 for anything crazy to happen. What happened? We bounced off support again? Let me be really clear. 64.95 and 6,500 are support. What support? Jesus fucking Christ. Hmm. The video's flat as fuck. Yeah, Jensen said his deal with the president is gonna take longer. Is Trump talking yet? Isn't he supposed to be doing like a executive order thing? Or is that gonna be after market close? Difference between gamma at 6505 and 6510 is negligible. Ooh. This is fun. 13 minutes. Sold calls squeezing. There really aren't any sold calls here. Pushing for the rest of the bot calls at 10. But yeah, nothing really sold. Oh, there we go. Getting some bot pets at 6505. Hey, I'm up. Maybe I'll close this shit. More. You ever lose? Sometimes. Yeah. Usually when I do, it's big, too. It's not small. Still need this to close under 57 or 6507 now. Ooh, violent. Real quick, talk me out of buying a real doll. They're trying to rescue the 6510 calls, yeah. Come on, just close a little lower. We got 4 minutes. The problem is we could really just close on either side of the fucking wick here. I am playing a very dangerous game. Yes, broke above 65.20. 65.20 was just like a level that I put. Like there's no prior resistance or anything there. It's just like an upside estimate. Gherkin roulette. All right, well, if this closes under 65.05, I pick up like 5 grand. If it closes over 65.0750, I lose up to $14,000. It's a little bit, yeah. Ooh, nice. I wonder if I'll be able to close any of these. Toe ring? Should I toe ring it? Dangerous. Absolutely not. I don't know if I'm gonna fill on the cob. I am deeply concerned about a bounce here, though. Yeah, I'm not getting any fills. Oh! Fuck my back. No! Oh, ow! What an it? Son of a bitch! Ow! Oh! Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh my god. Ding ding! I made the money. I did it, guys. Oh. Oh, man. Cash settled, baby. Let's go. Ow. That hurt. That hurt really bad. I shouldn't have gotten so excited. Alright. No, it's okay. It's gonna be fine. Alright, so we tapped the JPM collar, got rejected off of it a little bit into the end of the day. Bulls built up some support at 6,500 going into tomorrow's inflation data. Obviously a key level for bulls to hold. If the inflation data proves out, they'll probably try to push over the collar, which will put a shitload of gamma under spot and be supportive of netting, probably all the way into OPEX. It would be probably a lot more fun if inflation is hotter tomorrow, especially Supercore. We got the upside test on Get rid of that shit. On ES here, it was about $3 over where I had the upside target. That looks like that's starting to fail a little bit and to close. That is a new all-time high for ES on close today. Close at a new all-time high for SPX. Not a close at the all-time high for QQQ, however. So breadth's still picking up and supporting a lot of this. Obviously, not in RSP, but like in small caps and Dow. Yields at the top end of the curve moved down while the 2-year moved up, and the dollar fell a little bit. Oh shit, man. I should not have moved so quickly. Okay, it's okay. Then we got a correlation. Didn't really do anything today. And actually, like short-term correlation was breaking down into close, but some like correlation fell a bit on the 3-month. But no moves in dispersion, which isn't surprising given that Nvidia earnings are now past. And as we start to move into the end of the buyback period for S&P and move closer to next quarter's earnings, we're probably going to see dispersion break down further. Because there's really no net benefit in pushing the dispersion trade at this point. Like, it's kind of overcrowded. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that continue to rise, especially in the shorter term. Commodities up, decent moves in gold, silver, copper. Looks like some other industrials. Not much in energy, but a little bit. 3-month correlation rising. Bond vol still completely fucking dead. Yeah, so we were talking about this yesterday, but the leverage in the carry trade at the top end is starting to pull back. Now remember, like, this leverage tends to be directly correlated with the amount of short vol on the chain of SPX. And what's more interesting is that we're seeing leverage pull back on the short end of that trade to levels we haven't seen since April, which could be slightly destabilizing, especially if the yield curve continues to push up. However, the forward yield on volatility is still staying, kind of around that -15 mark. So, not a ton of demand for long vol, but not a lot of leverage being pushed into shorting it down either. Skew fell yesterday, which doesn't surprise me. Things looked pretty bullish going into this morning anyway. And then we see, 20-day movers obviously climbing much faster. So lots of short-term momentum, but longer-term momentum still kind of complacent here. And we're not seeing that move in tech that would probably drag these prior overperformers back up. So we're actually seeing, a bit more breadth than we saw in the previous pump. But less concentration. As that concentration goes down, now that Nvidia earnings are past, we might see some profit taking. VIX cash VIX correlation continued down, or VX cash VIX. However, not as much. So maybe starting to see a little bit of a turnaround there. And Fed fund futures actually pricing out rate cuts today, which is interesting, especially given the market moving up. So some hedging going on here for tomorrow's PCE report, most likely. I don't think there was really any data today. Maybe the stronger GDP that would have supported a change in expectations. But most likely just hedging tomorrow's data. And then 10 2-year back below 60, but after spiking slightly above it yesterday. Still quite a wide spread though, and steepening potentially over time. Out here, we have another break of that 2022 trend after failing it the first time. There is like a technical trend out here, and a longer term. Oh, fuck did I do? Okay. There's the near term trend from the like bottom, or well, near the bottom of April, where we finally caught that bounce. We haven't quite retested that. That'd be about 65.30-ish. I would say that's probably the next like reasonable upside target for bulls here. So I'll put like a line there, since we have really nothing else to go off of. And then, yeah, I guess we'll see if this breakout continues or fails. Obviously, the consolidation into the breakout, not very bullish, but still breaking out and on fairly low volume, I would say, from the ES side of things. But somewhere in here, we would probably look for a failure, and then we would look to, like, you know, the 64.27 level, for a continuation of that failure. Maybe tomorrow, into the end of the month. Don't forget, tomorrow we have the medium collar roll, and then we have, we're gonna have PCE data, and then obviously like any end of month window dressing, and with stocks at all-time highs, it's very likely that a lot of that window dressing could be profit taking. So be prepared for a potential pullback. Oh my gosh, you're so bearish. I'm not. It's just mechanical. Pensions are, you know, pensions are massively overweight, and they have to rebalance. I don't know what the effect on the S&P from that's going to be, but it's like negative 29 billion ish, a little more today, maybe like 31 billion in equities that have to be sold. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be S&P equities. But generally, like, going into the collar roll is a little bearish. Usually get everybody rebalancing on the sell side in the early part of the day, and then the collar gets rolled, and then everybody buys back in, levers back up. After their margin requirements are balanced out, but we'll see how it goes. Anyway, that's all I got. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you all have a lovely day. Pigeon Whales, you're welcome.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
have what?
Look, Dad, it's not.
Where did you get it?
Dad,
answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.